శాంతి సుధాన్
మేడం స్టార్ట్ చేసేయాలా మేడం? Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome for one-day national level live webinar on National Education Policy 2020 Teaching and Learning Perspectives, organized by Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila University, Tirupati. Let us start this program by invocation, a best patriotic song, Vande Mataram. Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sitalam, Sasya Syamalam, Mataram, Vande Mataram, Subrajosna Pulakitayaminim, Pullakusumita Drumadala Shobhinim, Suhasinim, Sumathura Bhasinim, Sukadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram. Thank you. It's much awaited day as we have gathered here with the heads of the institution and eminent panelists to discuss on the today's webinar titled National Education Policy 2020 Teaching and Learning Perspectives. I take this privilege and honor to welcome today's chief guest of this webinar, Professor D.M. Mamata Madam, Registrar of Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalaya, Tirupati, to address the gathering. Welcome you, ma'am. With lots of gratitude, I welcome the resource persons who are readily accepted our invitation of short notice. I welcome Professor D. Srinivas Kumar sir, Academic Affairs, Professor of Education, Dravidian University, Kuppam, to the webinar for deliberations on topic challenges in teaching and learning. It's my privilege to welcome Professor Megha Upalani ma'am, Professor and Head Department of Education and Extension, Savitribai Phule University, Pune, to speak on assessment and evaluation with respect to National Educational Policy 2020. Welcome you, ma'am. With regard to the title of this webinar, the National Education Policy 2020, which was approved by the Union Cabinet of India on 29 July 2020, outlines the vision of India new education system. The new policy replaces the previous National Policy on Education 1986. The policy is comprehensive framework for elementary education to higher education as well as vocational training. The policy aims to bring transformation in system of education. Learners will change how they act in world when old ways are no longer effective in getting what they want. The National Education Policy introduced this year by the Government of India will have a huge positive impact on the learning system and the learning outcomes in the coming years. This will change the way we look at education and is here to stay for our children in the days to come. If implemented successfully and with thought, the NEP can transform the education system in India, making our children more empowered for future. The National Education Policy 2020 is based on the pillars of access, equity, affordability, and accountability. Firstly, the NEP aims to make students independent learners and, most important, self-reliant when it comes to academics and other co-curricular areas. The NEP ensures that it gives a holistic approach to the education system in India. As educators, we are constantly striving to make students learn beyond the textbooks, which can help students become self-reliant. Secondly, the NEP is looking at making education skill-based and ensuring that curriculum is being transacted by using newer and more engaging teaching learning methodology while also taking care of student pedagogy. This is very pertinent in today's scenario where there are so many opportunities for children to look forward to. Thirdly, the NUP strongly focuses on research and innovation and how it can be successfully implemented in the classrooms. For teachers across India, the reality brought on by the COVID-19 crisis has tested their ability to adapt and innovate. It is a challenge our teachers have overcome with dedication, moving with remotely teach students online. With NEP 2020, teachers will have an opportunity to nurture these very same values of adaptability and innovation in their classrooms. A key focus area of NEP is transforming the quality of teaching, where teachers will be empowered to lead change. In this context, the current webinar aimed to focus on different perspectives of teaching and learning in the light of National Education Policy 2020. The topics are selected in such a way to address the challenges in teaching and learning and assessment and evaluation from the deliberations of today's renowned and eminent speakers. So we hope with our efforts in organizing this webinar, went your quest for knowledge in this important and focused area of National Education Policy 2020. Once again, I welcome you all from various parts of the country to this webinar. Thank you. So now I request Head Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila University, Tirupati, Professor T.G. Amutavalli ma'am, to introduce today's chief guest, Professor D.M. Mamata ma'am, Registrar SPMVV, Tirupati. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Prasunna. A very good morning to everybody who is present for this important national webinar. It is a privilege to introduce the chief guest of this inauguration of this two-day webinar on NEP 2020, Teaching and Learning, who is a young, dynamic, renowned researcher and academician. Mary Mamata Dandala, professor who is a Fulbright scholar, assumed charge as registrar of SPMVV, is a professor of sericulture hailing from a family of educationists. Professor Mamata has more than 17 years of teaching and research experience in the areas of biotechnology and genetic engineering applied to sericulture, agriculture, and its allied areas, and developed multidisciplinary outlook. Professor Mamata established gene cloning, gene expression, and DNA barcoding laboratories in the campus. Madam is a member of different scientific bodies in India and abroad. Madam is also a member of academic bodies of other universities and an invited speaker to several seminars and conferences, and had published more than 30 research papers in reputed journals in national and international journals, that is Scopus journals. She visited several countries, namely Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, Thailand, Egypt, USA and Canada on various academic and research assignments. She has received Achievement Award from TDR, WHO, UNESCO 2005, DBT Young Scientist Award in 2006-07. Twice received National Academies Research Fellowship in 2009 and 2010. Fulbright Award USA 2012-13 for advanced research at University of California, Davis and Stanford University, California, USA, and Research Excellence Award 2016 from Indus Foundation, USA, many other research fellowships and grants. Madam is successful in getting research grants to the tune of 156.73 lakhs from India and abroad, and instrumental in getting 3 national and 4 international MOUs signed for our university. We are very lucky to have you, ma'am, as our registrar, and we are very lucky to have you for this webinar. I welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of our department. The platform is yours, ma'am, for the deliberation. I welcome you again, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Amudavalli, Head Department of Education, and distinguished speakers of today's webinar, Professor D. Srinivas Kumar Garu, the Dean Academic Affairs from Dravidian University, and Professor M. Mekha from Department of Education, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, and the faculty members of Department of Education, SPMVV, the organizers of this webinar, invitees, participants, and student friends. A very good morning to you all. It gives me immense pleasure to address you all on this occasion, and I also share my bit of views regarding NEP 2020 concerning the teaching learning perspectives. Well, will the NEP 2020 bring in a new dawn and change the attitude of a society towards education, or will it turn out into just like any other well drafted policy that failed to translate into reality on the ground? What could be done to make the education policy work on the ground? Will it require a top down approach or a collaborative transformation at all levels? Let's just take a look into it. As for the current education system in India, some argue that the current education system is crucial for giving an in-depth, strong foundation, while others state that it promotes a raw learning and cutthroat competition that is building unnecessary pressure on the students. But I personally find myself in between these two extremes. In an interaction with the students, at some point, it is quite evident that the practical application of studies is well built in their system. In India also, we have a number of examples wherein indigenous technology was developed by kids, even who were not going to formal schooling. This does not negate the role of schools, but however, it does imply that innovativeness and creativity cannot be just stimulated by an institution alone, but demands interest, curiosity, and practice. It's not long back in our country when the parents could only see two things, a doctor or an engineer. With time, a whole new arena of opportunities in the fields were appreciated and encouraged by parents either. This led to diversified training and employment opportunities across sectors in different trades. A lot of its credit goes to the progress in communication technology that has familiarized people with the change makers or early torchbearers in the out of the ordinary fields. All of us would be aware that result announcements, especially the 10th and 12th grade, were and are still being looked at as a very big event in life, in one student's life. We as a society have never regarded a failure or an underperformer. We always look down on them. The effort or sheer attempt that one has taken often gets unnoticed in the black and white colors of success and failure. Would this mindset change by the promises made by the NEP? The most important role in this case is that the parents who need to go beyond the lines of what people say and let the kids explore and experiment in life to realize their full potential. The implementation of NEP gives a huge scope for this experimentation and naturally the fruits of NEP 2020. If you see the outcome-based skill education, one of the important factors is that it gives further impetus to this policy, and that is being given to the outcome-based skill education in the country, where training is not only being conducted in the aspiring trade, but also recognizing the existing skill sets of the workforce in the conventional trades. Efforts have also been undertaken to integrate skill education in the formal education system at various levels, but a lot needs to be done in terms of increasing its acceptability and the aspiration values among the takers. The framework of the education policy is promising a better situation in this regard, where skill and education will not be seen as a counter agent but as a participating elements working towards the holistic development of the child. There only we can fulfill the very essence of NEP 2020. Well, NEP can help us restructure current education system in few of the factors. If we can see possible measures to ensure NEP implementation on the ground, I have few suggestions to touch upon some of the reforms that may be needed or counted on. One is institutional and structural change. The physical infrastructure changes can be brought in a phased manner by innovative use of existing resources to ensure that it does not create a financial burden on the institution itself. Then coming to the pedagogy, training material and pedagogy needs to be more customized that ensures participative learning in the classes, and the training methodology should help in engaging students innovatively in a manner that is not defined just by the performance of the student, but by their active participation and initiatives. Building on the foundation skills is also an important element that needs to be a part of curriculum across. Coming to the use of digital technology, these COVID times have taught this the best. Technology is put to the right use can accelerate the learning and development process without intimidating the learners. At least in the tier 2 cities, the online classes have improved the IT skills of the students, which otherwise may have been neglected. So digital technology in a limited context may be used as just an enabler or a facilitator and not to substitute for human interactions, which are very, very important. And further, another one is the mindset reforms. Finishing the homework cannot be the end of the world. Students need to look beyond their notebooks and observe and make perspectives on the world around them. I feel it is important to develop a normal, without any external force culture that stimulates the children to observe and be attentive to the surroundings. Different sort of exercises may be developed to help students to learn from the communities around. Each student may be given ownership or responsibility of one lane in his or her locality, understanding how many elderly people live there. Do maids children go to schools? Helping the maids children or the underprivileged children with the used books and all. And some, initiatives designed, it is important that curiosity should be encouraged and while answers should not be directly served on the platter. To ensure this to happen, reform need to be done at three levels. At beginning the parents level, next the teachers and school level, and thirdly the community as a whole. All these players must get rid of those processes that inhibit the overall growth of the child. By focusing on the mark sheet or flaunting among others, however, it is important that this revolution in the education system could should not erase some of the most intrinsic and important values of our system, but blend them well in a new principles and processes of the new education policy. It also calls for a change in the overall approach where the outcomes of the education are valued and not merely the process. In the TVET system, that is the technical and vocational education and training in the country, there is a concept of recognition of prior learning whereby the certification is provided, and for the skill sets they may have been acquired through informal learning or work-based experience. So TVET is recognized and to be a crucial vehicle for social equity, inclusion, and sustainable development. A learner-centric process needs to be the foundation in all these reforms. The new education policy definitely gives a huge scope and a window of opportunity for all of us to move beyond mark sheets and work towards the holistic development of the children. I strongly believe that reforms, if packaged and delivered in a preparatory and participatory manner, it will create a positive impact. The moment of reform or change is presented as comfort value rather than an intrusion. Its acceptability among various stakeholders is bound to increase, leading to positive outcomes. And I'm looking forward to see this new dawn in the education system, which can happen through the active participation of departments of education from all higher learning institutions. So I'm sure this platform or this webinar gives an opportunity to discuss on the various factors and the barriers, the hurdles we face in implementing this system, and also come forward with the solutions that we can take it forward effectively. I'm sure the intellectual capacity of Dean Academic Affairs will definitely contribute on this occasion, because I've been seeing Srinivas Garu in various, as a taskmaster and also a troubleshooter for Dravidian University in many of the cases. So I'm sure Sir will give us intellectual advices on this platform, taking forward the NEP 2020. Thank you, one and all. I congratulate the Department of Education, all the faculty members, for making this happen in our campus, and also inviting eminent speakers to discuss on this platform in taking forward the NEP successfully. I wish you all the very success and a fruitful time through this webinar. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your kind acceptance and gracing this occasion. And also, we are very grateful to you, ma'am, for enlightening on various issues and addressing the NEP 2020 and the importance of integration of technology in teaching and learning, and the importance of providing the physical facilities in infrastructure and changing of teaching strategies and all those things. Once again, I thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. P. Redika ma'am to introduce the speaker of first session, Professor D. Srinivas Kumar sir. Over to you, Redika ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Prasunna. Respected dignitaries, colleagues, academic consultants, research scholars, and the participants of this national webinar on NEP 2020, Teaching and Learning Perspectives. Good morning to one and all. On behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, a warm welcome to you all for the first session of this national webinar. The topic of this session is NEP 2020, Challenges in Teaching and Learning. And the resource person is Professor D. Srinivas Kumar sir, the Dean of Academic Affairs, Dravidian University, Kuppam, Chittoor District, Andhra Pradesh. Professor D. Srinivas Kumar sir has more than 20 years of experience in teaching and as well as in research. Sir has published quite a number of research papers in various national and international journals. Sir has also published many books which are useful for the student teachers and teacher educators. Sir has acted as research officer in the National Council for Teacher Education, Bangalore. Previously, Sir has served many administrative positions in the Dravidian University, such as Dean for School of Education and HRD, Director for Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Coordinator for the Rashtriya Uchatar Shiksha Abhiyan, that is RUSA, Head for the Department of Education and HRD, Director of Admissions, and member of editorial board for the Journal of Dravidian Studies. At present, in the Dravidian University, Sir is serving as Dean of Academic Affairs, Coordinator for NAC Steering Committee, Chairman of Board of Studies in Education, Coordinator for HEPSAN, that is Higher Education for Persons with Special Needs Scheme, and Coordinator of Human Rights Education. Sir's areas of interest are education psychology, education planning, psychological testing, organizational development, and teacher education. Sir has served as NSS program coordinator in the Dravidian University for about 3 years and adapted the surrounding villages of Dravidian University and conducted several social services such as repairing the roads, laying the roads, free medical checkups, literacy programs and awareness programs, etc. Sir has also conducted case studies of different high school children, and based on these case studies, Sir has wrote a Telugu book entitled Samakalina Prapanchamulo Vidyarthulu, that is students in contemporary society. Sir has worked hard in the preparation of self-study report and in getting B grade in National Assessment and Accreditation Council to the Dravidian University in the year 2018. Sir has also worked hard day and night for getting rupees 20,000 crores as a RUSA grant through the Dravidian University in the year 2019. Sir has also worked hard for initiating B.Ed program in the academic year 2003 and 4, and for initiating M.Ed program in the academic year 2006 and 7 in the campus of Dravidian University, Koppam. In the Department of Education, Dravidian University, Sir has also initiated campus interviews for repeated schools for placement of B.Ed and M.Ed students. As a trained psychologist and counselor, Sir has also helped several students in overcoming the problems like examination stress, examination anxiety, behavioral problems during the adolescence, etc. This is very, very brief about Professor Srinivas Kumar sir. Now I request Professor D. Srinivas Kumar sir to take over the session for the deliberation on the topic NEP 2020, Challenges in Teaching and Learning. Thank you, one and all. Over to Srinivas Kumar sir. Sir,
The platform is yours, sir.
Sir?
Once, yeah. Yeah, I think now, yeah, good morning, everybody. I think I'm audible now. Yeah, it was in mute condition. Thank you, Dr. P. Renuka, madam, for introducing me in a wonderful manner. Learned, respected Professor D.M. Mamata, madam, a good friend of mine, also the registrar of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, who is also a distinguished teacher and scientist, who has been really working wonders for Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, under the able leadership of the present Vice Chancellor, Madam Professor Jamuna Garu. And also, let me congratulate Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya for organizing a series of webinars, especially the Department of Education. This is, I think, fourth one in the series, which is being organized by the Department of Education. For that, the lead taken by Professor T.G. Amudavalli, head of the department, and her learned colleagues, Dr. G. Sunita Bai, Dr. V. Madhavi, Dr. P. Renuka, Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Y. Anita, Dr. Sirisha, and today's webinar's convener, Dr. Baby Prasuna. And also I greet every participant in this webinar for making it a point to join this program. And to begin with, the topic which was placed before me by the head of the department a few days back, it was on a holiday. Madam Amudavalli wanted me to present myself in one of the webinars. And for that, really, I am indebted to her and also the university administration for making it convenient to adjust the dates. This is my moral responsibility to admit it. To adjust the date to suit my engagement. Originally, it was planned to have on 16th and 17th, but it could not be made possible because I have certain engagements here. And when they have agreed to put it on 18th, really it's a wonderful gesture on the part of the departmental administration and also the university administration. I'm highly grateful to them. Now, exchanging all these pleasantries, now let us enter into the topic. Challenges in teaching and learning. Now, when we go through the entire document of national education policy, which has been drafted by eminent and lead scientist of our country, Dr. Krishnaswamy Kasturirangan Garu, who happened to be the chairman of ISRO also. Now, if you read the document, though it appears structurally worded and sentenced under different sections, introduction and different levels of education, but the entire gamut of education runs on three primary aspects. One is curriculum, the first one, first and foremost, which is an embodiment of everything. It includes all human resources.
Sir, it's you have muted, sir.
Is it getting muted?
Now audible,
it's
sir.
audible.
Now audible.
Now it's audible.
For how long is it? Is it muted?
Just a minute,
No,
sir.
just now.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. For how long it happened, madam?
Just a second, sir.
Yeah, okay. I think it got done automatically.
Okay.
Yeah, we are at curriculum. Curriculum, which is the whole plan for achieving an educational aim. Now, this entire document of National Education Policy 2020 speaks about the curriculum that is required for different levels, that too in a very holistic manner. Now, I'm speaking, trying to put it very technically, in which the human resources of different kinds, to begin with primarily the teachers and the other supporting staff, play a vital role, and the target group is the students. And the other important players in the society, the parents, the community, and other important human beings who work for the cause of education. This is one side as far as the human resources are concerned. And the material resources, the resources which supplement and support. It can be anything, the infrastructure in terms of buildings, in terms of the other paraphernalia, including the modern gadgets relating to the information communication technology. I'm not naming everything because it includes everything, the curriculum. Professor Kasturirangan has made under his chairpersonship, along with the other distinguished members, has drafted a wonderful document running into several hundreds of pages, finally filtered to 68 pages. Yeah. I'm sorry, precisely 65 pages. Now, my humble idea is that when we try to understand the very challenges in teaching and learning, we must need to understand its complete spirit in terms of the draft which has been placed before us, placed before the educationalists like us, and also before the public. We need to study every word in the document. As I mentioned to you earlier, every word carries a meaning which is a pointer towards the core idea of teaching learning process. even though we have a well-defined curriculum, let it be at any level, either it is schooling or either it is at university level, be it undergraduate or postgraduate or doctoral level program. The final delivery mechanism lies in the teaching learning process. That's where I want to drive home the point. We have, let us say, per se, we have excellent teachers employed in the system. We have students who are ready to learn, and the gadgets which have been arranged in a wonderful manner. But how to deliver? Now that's very, very important. And this speaks about the entire theoretical part. I mean, this in the sense, the document of NEP 2020 speaks about the theoretical part and also the strategy for implementation. Now, if you merely look at as a policy document, I'm afraid we are thoroughly mistaken. As Madam has pointed out, Madam Mamata, we need to have an attitudinal shift. Attitudinal change is required in order to make it a success. Because the core idea is to elevate our country, India, the Bharat, to the global level. Though we are at global level, but to make the country, to take the country as the topmost country in the globe. So we need to understand that in letter and spirit and work hard. And an attitudinal change is required at different points, right from the implementational agencies, that is from the government, union government and state governments, and also to the teacher who works at the elementary school. Then only it is possible to make it as a success. Now, this is the backdrop of the national education policy and my view about the National Education Policy 2020 and to make it as a success in the years to come and the targets that have been set for it by the year 2030, 2035 and 2040. Now these are the three important milestones which have been set to reach for the national education policy. Now, with this, we move further. Let me again emphasize and reiterate the main idea is that we need to have an attitudinal shift, an attitudinal change in the mindset. And to begin with, the agenda, the very outset of educational policy speaks about the agenda and the sustainable development goal that has been taken as the spirit and buzzword for our NEP 2020. Keeping in view the socio-economic and political milieu of our country. And it states that ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. This is the first target which needs to be met. And from there, Professor Kasturi Rangan and his distinguished colleagues have started drafting this document, whereby they have started elucidating the ideas. Now, when I put it now, sometime idea in the sense, firmly they have worded each and every concept that is required and also the process that is required for implementation. It's having a wonderful plan. And also, education is viewed now when we think of Mahatma Gandhi. He has given an ardent call that education must lead to the unfolding of fullest human potential. That's how he has put it. Education is the end result in putting out the fullest human potential. And the very document and the very first statement in this document says that. So what kind of curriculum we prepare to manifest the fullest human potential and developing an equitable and just society? And we know pretty well, like in the human, very human structure, today we have a life sciences scientist here as the chief guest. The 5 fingers are not equal, but they are our very own. We must not forget that. The 5 fingers, though they are not equal, but yet they are our own. So how to make it equitable? How to make them to function in their place so that it will become a just society? Now, all these are prevalent. So it is a well thought document, and ultimately to promote development and providing the universal access. Now, this is another important idea. And certain principles have also been set for this policy. Education believes in character building, as Swami Vivekananda has put it. And now the NEP 2020 also says that it needs to develop good human beings, which is missing now. Now, how to prepare good human beings and what are the curricular inputs that we need to put into and implement so that good human beings are rolled out into the society, or rather, no, those who are available could be transformed into good human beings. Now, I think this is a better way to put it, the other way around. Those who enter the schooling system, how to transform them into good human beings. Now, this is one of the important challenges that we come across as part of this NEP 2020. And that too, good human beings. Not only being good human being is enough. With a rational thought process, that's again another important thing. In order to achieve SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 4, and also the goal set by our founding fathers of the nation and also the great freedom fighters. And also what they should have compassion and also empathy. Now sometimes, now really I feel threatened. Now sometimes I'm afraid. Being a taskmaster, really, am I compassionate while working rule-boundedly? Or am I sometimes able to be empathetic to the feelings? Are being empathetic to the feelings of the other beings, is it enough? Now, what kind of action that we take? Now, this is another thing now which we need to think of including into the curriculum. This is another important thing. So also courage and resilience. These are another two important qualities which are required. Then a scientific temper and creative imagination. And we need to have sound ethical internalization. No, it must become the internal part of every human being. Then only that person will be known as a good human being with all these other ambient qualities working together. Otherwise, it's known as otherwise only. No, we can't call it. And further, if we take it further, the NEP 2020 recommends for producing engaged, productive, also contributing citizens for building an equitable and again inclusive and pluralistic society as envisaged in our constitution. This is another important thing. Now, these are cardinal principles of NEP 2020. So these pave a way for us to think of as to how to prepare the curriculum. That itself is a very challenging task. Now, when we move further, we'll come to know. Though the policy is presented, as I mentioned earlier, it has been truncated into different parts, though it's a well-knit document to begin with the school education and the different components and higher education and other facets of education. Now, these are two important parts of it. Now, when we move towards the school education, right now we are in a system of 10+2. Though +2 is supposedly a sandwiching time between the schooling and the university level education, that is undergraduation and further post-graduation. Now, the new policy recommends for 5+3+3+4. This is another important thing. Now, here we stop for a while. Now, as per ACER surveys, it is unfortunate to note that the students are not in a sound చేస్తున్నారు. Let them not make it. మీరు కింద మీరు వెళ్ళండి, తలపేసేయండి లేకపోతే. I'm sorry, there was some kind of disturbance. Yeah, in this 5+3+3+4, as per ACER survey, it observes that the elementary school students and the secondary school students are not in a position to read, not in a position to write even the basic alphabets. It is quite unfortunate thing. Likewise, they are not able to calculate the minimal level of mathematics. So that is the reason. Now, keeping that in view, the NEP 2020 wants to address that issue. So to begin with, it is known as the foundation of learning, and stage-wise, it is called as the foundational stage of schooling. Again, it is put in two phases. Now, the first 3 years, which will happen in Anganwadis, Balvatikas, and other places. And the later 2 years, which will happen again in the same foundational stage only. As I mentioned, now what kind of curriculum that is required? Now the curricular inputs are also given here. Now, for instance, if you think of the early childhood education in Anganwadi or Balvatika, the curricular inputs that should be given are flexible, which are multifaceted, and they should be multi-level. They must be play-based, they must be activity-based, and must provide opportunity for inquiry-based learning comprising alphabets, different languages. Already in this document, multilingualism has been recommended, and 3-language formula is in vogue. It is in place, and also it is in force. 3-language formula, the first language, second language, and third language. That apart, now there is an opportunity which is given now to the learners to learn many more languages. Now, psychologically, let me put it, now here is the crucial age where the period is known as critical period. Prior to 4 years of age, the child can be put to learning of any number of languages. Now here, I had an opportunity, since I am working here in Kuppam, the students who hail from this area speaks more than 3 languages. They speak their own mother tongue, Telugu, Tamil, or Kannada. That apart, the other languages also, which is a bit difficult for us to learn now at this point of time or when they grow up. So that critical period is taken into consideration by the NEP 2020. I think the learned colleagues and also the participants must bear with me. I am trying to put it in a more technical manner. No, kindly try to understand that way. Because the spirit that is given here, I am trying to relate it to the curriculum and also the teaching learning process. That's how we need to understand the perspective and where we position. Now, right now, in the existing system, as we see, leaving this place of Kuppam, in other places, semi-urban, urban, or rural areas, we don't have such an opportunity to learn the other languages. And similarly, numbers, as pointed out by SR survey. So in order to substitute, in order to remove that deficiency, the national policy of education, national education policy has tried to address this aspect right at the early childhood education through Anganwadi and Balvatika system. And again, the curricular framers, those who prepare the curriculum, those who develop the curriculum have an enormous task. And I appeal to them to read this text thoroughly. Not only that, gain some exposure to the theories that have been put by not only the Westerners and also the Indian texts, whereby these aims could be achieved and the curriculum could be prepared in a proper manner and which could be negotiated in the early childhood education system. Now that apart, suggestively they have given languages, numbers, counting, colors, differentiation of colors. Now not only the basic colors, now when we think of the WIBGR and the other mixtures, now with the advent of computers, now several color combinations are possible now. Now that opportunity can be given. Shapes. Now you can think of Yoon Piaget. You can think of Erik Erikson, the psychologist. I'm naming a few psychologists. Erik Erikson, then Yoon Piaget. Then you can think of Lawrence Kohlberg. Now when you think of the moral development among the learners, then you can think of Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud is a wonderful psychologist. Originally, he happened to be a physician, but yet he tried to heal the disease of the people from their mind. And because he found that mere administering a drug or medicine is not sufficient, they need to be healed from their mind. Their mindset should be changed. Now that's how he felt, and he developed further the system of psychoanalysis, which was originally proposed by Charcot. Okay, this is another thing now which we must remember. Likewise, now we must think of our own philosophers when we try to understand the very discourse. Now, what kind of ethical system that we can develop into? Now we can think of Bhartrhari, we can think of Sumati Shatakakarta. Likewise, we can think of Yogi Vemana, and we can think of our own South Indian saints like Thiruvalluvar, and we can think of Narayana Guru. Now, whose philosophies are pertinent here? And don't think that I am trying to put you into an overwhelming condition, but reading all these authors. Reading all the social reformers will help to shape a better curriculum for early childhood education, and further devising the methodologies in the sense the pedagogies that are required for early childhood education. Now, likewise, some more suggestions are given in this document. Indoor and outdoor play, then puzzles and logical thinking, problem solving, drawing, painting, and other visual crafts, drama, puppetry, music, and movement. Now, these are important inputs which can become part of the curriculum, and which can be used as the teaching learning to develop the multifaceted personality of the learner right from the early childhood stage itself. Because, as pointed out by Yoon Piaget, or when we think of our own culture, if there are elders in the families, now, when you think from the family level, now the kind of exercises that a grandmother puts a grandchild during his or her infancy before giving a bath, how they fold the hands, how they fold the legs, so that some kind of exercise will happen. So which is indicative of the importance of physical exercise right from infancy. Okay, it is inbuilt in our culture. Likewise, it has been mentioned very well in the theories as have been mentioned, Yoon Piaget or others. Now we must think of the Benjamin Bloom's taxonomy of instructional objectives also. Because during infancy, all these opportunities are given for physical and motor development, then cognitive development, socio-emotional, ethical development, then cultural, artistic development, the development of communication and early language, literacy, and numeracy. So all these psychologists are to be taken into consideration while framing the curriculum and devising the methods that are required. For example, playway method, Montessori method, so on and so forth. Then when we move to the next item, that is the next part of the education system, the preparatory, which happens during the ages of 8 to 11 years, which is known as preparatory stage. Now, this is again another important stage. In this case, it must be furthered, like mentioned by Yoon Piaget in his second stage of cognitive development. In the sense, the first stage involves the physical and motor development, and the second stage involves development of expansion of the vocabulary, expansion of the list of vocabulary, then expansion of the operations, the mathematical operations that are required to be given. Now, for example, the inputs like reading can be given. In the early stage, only oral communication and oral work is given more prominence. But here, opportunities for reading, writing, then speaking, and also physical education, age specific, which have been mentioned by Yoon Piaget. Then introduction of basic abstract things. For example, exploration of relationships, the social relationships, and also the abstract. Now, a sequencing of numbers, counting of numbers, and putting the, for example, marbles in a sized manner, right from small size to a bigger size. So all these things will provide opportunities for them to learn in a better way. And also the teachers must think of in a much more integrated manner. Now, as I told you, this is towards providing experiential learning. Now, experiential learning is the buzzword of this NEP 2020, right from ECE to the doctoral level program. The experiential learning in every subject that has been put in the curriculum of the subject, the level of education that is concerned. Then we move to from preparatory stage to middle stage. Again, the further expansion of subjects takes place. Then from there, secondary stage. In secondary stage, we need to stop for a while here in order to understand the very spirit of the secondary stage. By the time the learner grows to the age of 14 years and will remain up to 18 years of age, and the class group is 9 to 12 years. Here, skill development is given more thrust. In the earlier stages, either foundational stage or preparatory stage and up to middle level, more concentration was on acquiring the knowledge, required understanding, comprehension. But as the learner grows to the middle stage, now here greater depths are proposed of each subject area. For example, learning sciences, learning mathematics, learning arts, learning social sciences. Now here the NEP policy makers recommends for subsumption of different disciplines, that is to have a multidisciplinary approach so that required skills can be developed. Here greater critical thinking is also recommended. Critical thinking must be started from schooling age itself. Now here why I'm telling such an importance is given to critical thinking. Now being educated person, we may try to understand as to what is the reason for a particular occurrence, for the occurrence of particular phenomena or a particular feature. And in some time, during some times, we do perform certain activities or perform certain things without applying any kind of brain, any reason. Now that's where critical thinking is useful. I give a very normal example. Now leaving this Corona period, now we are in the midst of Corona, COVID-19. Leaving that, for a normal fever or for a normal cold, we approach a doctor with firm belief and faith. Now, whatever medicine that is given by the doctor, we take that medicine and then feel the relief, or sometimes we may not get the relief that is required. And we don't go into the detail of whether the doctor has prescribed and given the correct medicine. Now, what are the symptoms? And exactly in accordance with the symptoms, the medicine is given or not. Now, this is another important point which we miss in our routine life. Just we perform in a very routine manner. Now, this is where some critical thinking is necessary. Now, why I have mentioned this example is that critical thinking is very crucial right from the schooling itself. And it has been made as an input curriculum wise and also teaching learning wise. And there are a few books which are available for development of critical thinking among students, not only among students. Now, how to develop among the teachers, now that is also there. And there are certain taxonomies of critical thinking, which I'm not going into them right now, which form part of the curriculum of schooling. Then greater attention to life aspirations. Now, TVs and media people interview the pass outs of SSC. As to they put a routine question, what do you want to become in life when you grow up? Then they say that I want to become an engineer, I want to become a doctor. Now, really, were they into critical thinking? Were they really meant for that particular occupation which they are aspiring on their own, or because of the parental aspiration? Another coincidence of parental. Now, these are very pertinent questions which are addressed here. Then a lot of flexibility is provided, greater flexibility. Here, right from schooling itself, choice-based credit system is to be implemented. For that matter, to a certain extent, in Kendriya Vidyalayas, in central schools, the CBSE system is in force right now. Then a student choice of subjects, which I mentioned just now. So after grade 10, any disturbance? Yeah. So when they move to class 11 and 12, there will be a lot of choice for the learner to make. Now here we must remember the very, I think there is some disturbance. Okay. Some other participants, please mute your participants are requested to mute their microphones. Yeah, there is a lot of disturbance here. There is one Dr. P. Venu who is presenting here. Please stop presenting. Dr. P. Venu. Dr. P. Venu, please stop presenting. Please withdraw from the presentation mode. Yeah. Now, another important thing when we proceed further. Now, before that, now we will stop here for a while. After completion of total 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 education, the student will be in a position to gain the required employment and make out the livelihood, unlike in the present educational system. Now, for that, the curriculum is required to be prepared on sound lines, and the teaching learning methodologies are to be devised as suggested in this document. So it's a very, very important challenge which is placed before the departments of teacher education and also the departments of school education. Now, let me repeat, departments of teacher education and also the department of school education of government, because there is a live link between the department of teacher education and also the department of school education in practice. So both must work in consonance, both must work in coherence so that the proper curriculum can be prepared and teaching learning methodologies can be prepared accordingly in order to prepare the learner, a skillful learner who will straight away gain some employment after completion of plus two in the sense 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 of schooling. That is secondary stage of schooling. Now the first challenge. And in this, again, another challenge is there, the teaching learning process. Holistic development of learners. As has been mentioned earlier, physically, socially, psychologically, then ethically, on different dimensions and on skill level. Also, keeping in view the challenges that are provided by the 21st century. And also, now we have the COVID-19 around, now which we were never expecting that COVID would come. But medical experts say that it may last long for 10 more years. And we are not very sure of it. So these are some of the things which we need to understand. How to live as a holistic person by having holistic development at school level. For this, garnering of different resources in the curriculum is necessary by teachers, by including the parents, community, and other important players in the educational system. So curriculum framework must be prepared accordingly. And another important thing is that earlier, Professor Ashpal, he has mentioned and he has given an ardent appeal that weight of school baggage must be reduced. And while taking that into consideration, the NEP-2020 addresses that issue. Reduce the curriculum content and enhance the essential learning. In terms of, now what kind of essential learning and what are the methodologies, teaching learning methodologies that are required, that have been enlisted very well. And of course, this is not itself final in that. But a few have been mentioned here. Critical thinking, which is already there. Then inquiry-based learning. This is another important thing which we need to utilize in the curriculum preparation and also as a teacher in our day-to-day negotiation process with learners. Then discovery-based learning. This is another important teaching learning method. Then we need to use discussion-based method. Now, in teacher education departments, we use seminars and group discussions and the like. But it needs to be expanded further to other departments also, right? From now, this entire array of the pedagogies. Now, sometimes now you may find fault with me. Pedagogy technically is meant for children, but it can be used even for the higher level students. And in that context, we call it as methods of teaching. Okay, critical thinking, inquiry-based learning, then discovery-based, then discussion-based, and analysis-based. Now, this is another important thing. It is a challenge. Now, the teachers who are not used to these kinds of approaches must now need to fine-tune themselves in order to implement them in their regular classroom. Why these are to be used? Now there may be a question. Now that is also addressed here. To negotiate the contents which have been included, the ideas, the applications and the problem solving. The problem solving is supposedly the highest form of thinking. Now you may wonder when I say how it is thinking. Now, problem solving is also a form of thinking which is of the highest order. Any aspect needs to be addressed and to be solved. And further, in a normal classroom, teachers are habituated to give lecture for lots of time, maybe for 1 hour, maybe sometimes for 1.5 hours. But here, we need to shift our idea to an interactive mode. This is another important thing, where the students are encouraged to seek clarification for their doubts, ask questions. No, not only from the lesson which is in discussion. It can be from other side also. It can be from out of lesson. Maybe if the student is creative, he or she may ask an out-of-box question, which is not contextual. Such kind of thing is also proposed here. And another important thing is that, as has been envisaged, now really, among other points, I like one point in new education policy of 1986, to have a joyful learning environment. The same thing is proposed here, which will provide fun for a joyful learning environment, and which will also give room for creativity. When you curb creativity, when you don't give an opportunity for the student, his or her creative talents will be slowly diminished. So we need to encourage the students. Then collaborative learning, then exploratory activities, all these must find place. Now put together, these form experiential learning, now which is a key word for this entire document of national education policy. Then those a separate component is given. I'm skipping because now already it has been discussed. Another important challenge in the teaching learning process, as I mentioned, let me in between repeat. Now I'm speaking with reference to the curriculum preparation and negotiation of the curriculum with reference to the teaching learning process. Yeah. Empower students through flexibility in course choices. Now choice-based credit system. Provide curricular programs which are theory-based, which includes practicum, hands-on experience. For example, arts and crafts, vocational skills, and in the present context, it is a real challenge for the curriculum developers. The NEP 2020 wants to have a multidisciplinary approach and to have all the subjects put together. Here is where the teacher education practitioners would help. Now, in order to have such a thing, while developing the curriculum, we need to understand the points or the concepts or the process which will help to integrate the subjects together. For example, it has been said in this document, arts, humanities, sciences, mathematics, humanities, and other basic disciplines are to be integrated. Now you may wonder how we integrate them together. Now we need to find out the points which integrate them together, which are the core points. Now we call them as integral threads. We call them as integral threads. If we catch hold of them, we can integrate by linking mathematics and English, by linking mathematics and Telugu, by linking mathematics and Tamil, by linking mathematics and Malayalam, for that matter, different languages. Already there is a relationship between mathematics and physical science. And likewise, linking mathematics and political science, linking mathematics and economics, we find a bit of it. But yet, how to find a relationship and how to place them before the students. Now we need to rethink, we need to gear up, we need to develop our mindset. We need to change our mindset so that such a kind of curriculum can be prepared by including all these things. And also, earlier we were having the aspects like curricular activities, then co-curricular activities, then extracurricular activities. Now, the idea is that even physical education activities should be integrated into the regular curriculum. How to do it? How to find the integral threads of the physical education with the other subjects. Now, this is again another major challenge in development of curriculum and also finding out the delivery mechanism in terms of the teaching learning. So the issue has been addressed and we need to gear up ourselves. And I feel that the universities and state governments and union government must undertake to provide some induction programs. Now you may wonder again, now what is this induction? Induction is for the beginners. Now we are now beginning. We are into a new beginning. Now, though I have over 2 decades of experience as a teacher educator, but I feel now when I have to integrate all these things, I need to change my mindset once again. I need to undergo the required induction program, required training program as to how to integrate them. So we are having, as Madam has put, now really I appreciate Madam Registrar, a new dawn, a new beginning for the country. Yeah, this is how it's going to happen. That is the reason I call it as induction program. So whereby by the end of the schooling, 5 plus schooling in the sense in the new structure, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, the learner will gain the required vocational skills along with the abstract skills and become eligible for gaining employment. So this is another important thing. So how to put them together? This is the question here. Then multilingualism. This is another important thing, and the power of language. Now, when I am addressing here in English language, all the participants, I feel that I'm trying to use a language. I don't consider myself as an English scholar, but yet I'm trying to reach the participants to share my ideas about the National Education Policy 2020 in a simple, straight and precise manner. So that is the power of language, which is indisputable at any point of time. So as I mentioned earlier, right from early childhood care education towards the higher education up to the doctoral level program, language plays an important role. So here we need to again think of the psychologists now who have scientific findings about the cognitive development, moral development, and so on and so forth. And existing 3 language formula to be continued. And also here, there is a scheme of Government of India under MHRD in RUSA, Ek Bharat Shreshth Bharat. It is a scheme of National Higher Education Mission, which is known as EBSB, Ek Bharat Shreshth Bharat, in which there are different kinds of programs. One is student exchange program at higher education level. Now, students of one university will be sent to another university, and that university will be brought to the other host university. Likewise, there will be exchange in order to understand the language, in order to understand the culture, in order to understand the lifestyle, so on and so forth. So by having such kind of exchange programs, this is only one program which I've mentioned here. So that has also been included here in the National Education Policy document. And which will help not only the lifestyles, which will help in understanding different aspects, like say, for example, language and the language in which how they understand mathematics. Say, for example, if we send a student from Andhra Pradesh to Punjab, how they understand the mathematics in Punjab. And they try to understand as how we understand the subject of mathematics. Now, whether we use our culture, now what kind of examples that we put, so on and so forth. One example I am putting before you. Then what are the other methodologies? And likewise, what is the grammar that they use? Now, for example, my mother tongue is Telugu. The grammar of Telugu language, the grammar of Punjab language, Punjabi. Now, in what way they are similar and in what way they are dissimilar. Now, these are some of the things which can be understood as part of this program. So, such kind of issues are also addressed here. Then Sanskrit. Now, some may defy the very idea of Sanskrit, but yet Sanskrit is one of the classical languages. It is one of the oldest language of the world, in which several interesting theories have been proposed. Now, for example, if you think of Newton's laws of motion, which have been already mentioned now very much prior to Sir Isaac Newton in Vaiseshika Siddhanta, as to how the objects move. Now, what is meant by gravitational pull and all that are there in this very concept. So, by learning Sanskrit, we understand several aspects. So, this is another important thing. Then, not only this, not only learning our own languages, we have some other aspects also. Here, an opportunity, as I mentioned in the very beginning itself, Indianization of education and also internationalization of education system. So we try to find out the resources which are there right from ancient times, and also at the same time to subsume the aspects which are available at the global level. So put together, it will take the Indian education system to the highest level. That is the major premise of this NEP. So here opportunity is given to the students to learn not only English. English is already existing in our country, Korean, Japanese, Thai, French, so on and so forth. Now, for that matter, we have a language university also, the English and Foreign Languages University. So such kind of thing is also given a lot of prominence in the NEP 2020. Not only that, certain ancient languages are also placed here for implementation. Pali, then Prakrit, now which are now, when you think of the famous Panchatantra of Vishnu Sarma, now because of the oath that he has put, now he has written the Panchatantra originally in Prakrit, Prakrit language. So these are the things which are brought to the fore in the NEP 2020. So as I mentioned earlier, already this challenge, curricular integration of essential subjects, skills and capacities. As I told you again now, for example, the subjects like mathematics, then social sciences, and the skill set that is to be incorporated through these is scientific temper, evidence-based thinking, creativity, innovativeness, sense of aesthetics. Now even mathematics includes some kind of aesthetics. Now we call symmetry. Symmetry of a construction, symmetry of a person. We call a person as a well-built person. So it involves mathematics. Now without our notice, conscious notice, we use such a word. Okay, this is. Then problem solving, logical reasoning, vocational exposure and skills. Now the contemporary digital literacy. Then constitutional values, gender sensitivity, which is missed sometimes. Now, which is missing sometimes. Fundamental duties. Now, not only fundamental rights. Now, when we want to protect our rights, we need to perform fundamental duties also. Citizenship, skills, values. Then know our country, knowledge of our own country. Now, probably many of us may not be aware of different parts of our country, except seeing them on the map and by reading the literature. Now, this is another important thing. Then environmental awareness, water resource and civilization, so on and so forth, which is crucial. Then we have other important inputs which we need to put in place, or artificial intelligence. This is another important thing. Design thinking, which is making waves in United States of America, which must be made as a part of the curriculum and also part of pedagogy. Design thinking. It's very interesting. Holistic health, organic living. Now, don't think that these are the curricular aspects. They are also the teaching learning methodologies. Now, there are inbuilt methodologies in that. Now, we have to closely look through that one. Then environmental education, global citizenship education at different stages. So these are very much essential. Then in this context, at the schooling level, it has been thought to have a national curriculum framework for teacher education, which is a totally revamped and a new one, which is in accordance with NEP 2020, that is to be brought into effect from 2020-21 onwards, by including the inputs from state governments and all participants, ministries and everybody, because now this is a very major venture, because education is supposedly an investment which will give lots of returns. Now, it's a time-tested fact that America is a superpower. Of course, now we have different debates nowadays. Now, why it has become superpower in the sense, the United States of America has invested in education. That is the reason it has become a superpower. So, in order to become a superpower, India is also planning to invest on education. Then textbooks, then putting these things on one side, no section is left behind. Support for special students, support for gifted children, and inclusive education. Then preparation of teachers, induction of teachers, and all these things, and to hone up their skills.
జూమ్ క్లాస్ ఉంది నేను మర్చిపోయి
సెమినార్ అన్నారు కదా, నాకు ఇప్పుడు గుర్తుకొచ్చింది. ఆన్ చేశారా?
నాకు అమ్మడు వచ్చేదాకా గుర్తులేదు.
Finally,
కదా
now when we move towards
మేడం
yes, madam. Now,
అయితే మా స్టూడెంట్ హాస్పిటల్లో చేస్తాడు డాక్టర్.
somebody's microphone is on. Now this is at the school level. Now we move towards the higher education. Now here the proposal is that we must have quality universities and colleges for India's higher education system. Now here a strong proposal is made for institutional restructuring to have multidisciplinary universities and design the curriculum accordingly, and to utilize the curriculum towards a more holistic and multidisciplinary education by putting the disciplines together. Like in the case of school education, it is also the case with higher education. To put the disciplines together and to give more space for holistic development. Now here further, now as a matter of elevation in the age and maturity wise, several other important aspects like human values, Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema and Ahimsa. These have been made as part of the curriculum, which needs to be negotiated in a proper manner through teaching learning process. And in this context, in the higher education, 3-year graduate programs and 4-year graduate programs are also proposed. And in 4-year graduate programs, if the students undergoes a rigorous research project, will be given direct entry into doctoral level program. So here again, the thrust is given on skill development and to develop the institutions on par with IITs and IIMs. And now the new concept is to have multidisciplinary education and research universities. So methodologies are the same. Experiential learning. Then when we move towards the PhD level education, the students are put to the training in the teaching learning process so that they can gain required experience when they enter the employment in a college or a university. And for that, they need to have an internship. They need to they need to participate in the programs which will help them to develop the curriculum, which will help them to understand the pedagogies and use of them and practice them so that they'll become useful for the PhD degree holder when they enter the real-time employment. So this is another important aspect. And one more thing is that in order to catalyze the research process, leaving a few researchers. Now our research is not being recognized at the international arena. So Government of India proposes to set up a new research foundation with lots of funding, which is also mentioned here. Finally, with this, let me conclude by saying whether at school level of 5+3+3+4 or at the higher education in terms of 4-year degree, already Government of Andhra Pradesh has mooted 4-year degree program, Honorable CM has straight away mentioned that 4-year degree programs are to be started, and APSHA is underway in preparing the required curriculum, and to have rigorous PhD programs on lines of NEP 2020. So all these things in place, and the teacher education is having a lot of responsibility in coordinating with other departments in order to prepare the suitable curriculum in accordance with the national education, the aspirations of National Education Policy 2020, by putting the disciplines together: humanities, sciences, social sciences, medicine, engineering, management, everything together, and to put the pedagogies and methods of teaching uh, accordingly. And in this direction, Government of India is planning to strengthen the Central Advisory Board of Education. And another important thing which I want to mention is that online and digital education, which is a strong process nowadays because of prevalence of COVID-19, so that equitable distribution of education is possible for all students. And that too, the blended mode of learning is advocated for achieving the ends of education. And financing of education, now this will be the ultimate thing. Already it is being mentioned right from a long time. 6% of the GDP is to be allocated for the education, but yet the governments are not in a position to allocate so much. And the National Education Policy 2020 strongly recommends and believes that the 6% of allocation of 6% of GDP will be achieved very soon. So these are some of the important things, especially with this couple of sentences, I would complete my presentation. In a nutshell, the matter has been addressed. Now, challenges in teaching and learning. Today's theme has been addressed right from the beginning. The how to prepare the curriculum at different stages, that is the school level and higher education, and to how to fine tune the teaching learning methodologies to suit the negotiation of curriculum. These are two important things which we have discussed. Hope it's not at surface level, but we could delve into some of the details. Maybe because of some time constraint, discussion could not be made in detail, but yet I hope I could provide at least a few inputs for the participants. Now with this, I hand over the proceedings to the convener of the session. And if there are any queries from the participants, welcome. And before I think now after queries, I can propose a formal Thanksgiving. Yeah, now queries are invited. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your delightful and wonderful and elaborative speech on NEP 2020 challenges and in teaching and learning. Thank you, sir. Now I request Santi Sudha to present the queries that are in the chat box. Over to Santi Sudha.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, there is a question from Dr. Venugopal. What about professional higher education by standalone institutions like All India Management Association, which conducts PGDM at national level, recognized by AICTE, UGC, NEP has taken care of these nationally apex professional bodies?
Can you repeat the question? I think the answer is available in the very question itself. Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, sir. What about professional higher education by standalone institutions like All India Management Association, which conducts PGDM at national level, recognized by AICTE UGC? NEP has taken care of these nationally apex professional bodies.
You mean to ask now whether they have been taken care of?
Yes, yes. Yes, sir.
No, the issue has been categorically mentioned here. There will be a regulatory system which is an umbrella system under the title of National Higher Education Regulatory Council, in which many of these regulatory bodies are subsumed. Now, hope we have to, now when they are merged together, now we have to wait and see whether this aspect is taken into consideration or not. Okay, National Higher Education Regulatory Council. This is the new council which will come into force. Yet we have no information about the establishment of it. But as it comes, it will be an umbrella. It will be an umbrella regulatory framework which will govern the existence of such an institution. So that much I can say right now. Okay.
Thank you, sir. There is another question from Ruma. Can taking the Indian history of mathematics, science, and other subjects through the curriculum and teaching also be an effective way to integrate subjects?
Yeah, certainly. It's needless to say, it is self-evident. Teaching of history, of mathematics, effectively through the methods of teaching. Now, for example, one needs to go through the contribution of India. Think of the value of zero. You know, it's having a lot of historical value. And how to teach them through the modern methodologies. Now, when we understand the spirit of the proposal of the zero value, now how to negotiate it? It's a very abstract concept. Now it can be reached out through the modern methodologies. So that is it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I don't see any more questions by the participants, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Sir, your presentation is very nice, sir. I would like to share one thing, sir, and the faculty members are required to go for orientation training and strengthen their skills as far as new education policy is concerned. Is there any kind of initiation from the side of the government, sir? Let me know that, sir. I am A. Srinivas Babu from Gayatri College, Srikakulam, sir, Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, you're right, but actually the things are underway still. As we hear from the advocacy forums that have been created, already UGC wanted to know from the stakeholders. Now this webinar is one of that advocacy forum as being organized in accordance with the advice of the UGC in order to invite some more suggestions. It is an advocacy forum. Some more suggestions from the stakeholders in which we are part of it. Hope Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya take this point and escalate it to the UGC and Union MHRD. Likewise, I think our state government will also take suitable initiatives for having required induction, or rather, as you mentioned, reorientation programs for developing the new curricula as per the spirit. Now here I wish to mention one more thing. National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Now it is to come up and NCRT has already been entrusted with this job to coordinate with the state governments and the other agencies of education to prepare this document, and they are underway. This is one side, and your question, I hope this will be escalated to UGC. I hope the University Administration of Sri Padmavati Mahila University will take suitable initiative in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Is there more questions?
Latest one question is there, ma'am. Can I read it?
Certainly.
Sir, this is from Dr. Monica Verma. Sir, you read the NEP. What is the way to deliver it? It looks like an unscientific documents listing and asking for scientific temperament. Please comment.
No, I don't think so. I think it's a statement which has been made. I think thorough reading will help in understanding the document. With all consciousness, I read it because there is a lot of spirit added into this. Now, see, don't think that because I am an Indian, I admire our Indian values, I advocate it. No, it's not that way. Now, when you read it in the beginning itself, I mentioned that kindly go through word by word so that you can understand the scientific spirit. Now, here, when we say Indianization and internationalization, now we think that the scientific spirit is existing only in Western countries, and scientific method has been given by the West only. Scientific spirit exists in India also, much prior to James Mill's canons, And already in my presentation, I made a submission before the audience that, Newton's laws of motion has already been existing in Vaiseshika Siddhanta of Indian. Now, I don't call it unfortunate, maybe sometimes unfortunate also, the philosophical systems that have been presented by earlier personalities in our country and their writings have been put as exclusively philosophical texts. And they speak only about the spirits and gods, nothing more, and they suppress the people. Now, that is the basic misnomer among the people. Now, let me render one small Shanti sloka to you, so that we can understand. Now, this is the Shanti. You call it a mantra is nothing but, now when you chant it again and again, it will gain some power. In the sense, Sahanavavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Now, what is the meaning of it? Now, it speaks about the relationship between the teachers and the students and the way in which they negotiate the learning situation. It indicates that we learn together and progress together, and without having any jealousy towards each other, without having ma vidvishavahai tejasvinavadhitamastu. Now, in the sense, we grow together because teacher is supposedly the first learner and the students are next learners. Simultaneously, they learn together and grow together, that too without any kind of jealousy. Now, when we try to, because the Sanskrit has been confined to only a few sections of the society, it has been seen as a kind of alien structure, though it is our very own Indian language. So such a kind of misnotion, misconceptualization must go from the minds of at least the current generation, so that we can unearth the riches that are there in the country. Now, this is one. And as I mentioned, in Vaiseshika Siddhanta, not only that, lots of sciences are available as a part of our Sanskrit literature, though it has been not understood properly. It has not been understood properly. That is the reason we call it as unscientific. Now, the things have been made visible, and because the language is away from us. So that is it. No, so don't consider it as unscientific. Lots of scientific spirit is impinged into this, embedded in this very document. Kindly go through. I think we need to have a detailed discussion on this, at which points of places it is given. Okay, so that is it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That's it from the participants, sir.
And one more thing, madam. Now I want to make a submission before the organizing committee. Now I am running with the power cut. Actually, in the beginning of the program itself, the power is cut in this place. Okay, I am on my laptop working with the dongle, and the power is it may last for only 8 minutes. So kindly permit me, if anything, if it gets switched off, you must excuse me. You must consider my apologies. Okay, it's almost running out. The power is running out. There is no power in this room.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your elaborate speech and clarifying all the doubts raised by the participants. And now I request Dr. Sirisha to propose vote of thanks to you. Over to Sirisha.
Now, before that, let me thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor and the organizing committee, Dr. Baby Prasuna, and much more to Professor T.J. Amudavalli, Madam, Head of the Department, and other friends, by name, Dr. G. Sunita Bai, Dr. Sirisha, Dr. Madhavi, Dr. Renuka. Dr. Renuka is really a wonderful person who has introduced me. Then Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Anita, Dr. Sirisha, and if I miss any name, kindly excuse me. And I am highly indebted to all the participants by name who have participated and listened to me in a very patient manner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Renuka Madam. Warm good morning, good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of Department of Education and Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Tirupati, I take this opportunity to propose a formal vote of thanks to Professor D. Srinivas Kumar, sir. Sir, Professor of Education and Dean of Academic Affairs, Dravidian University, Kuppam. First of all, I thank sir for readily accepting our invitation in a very short period to be as a resource person for this webinar. Thank you, sir. At the outset, sir have deliberated on NEP 2020 challenges in teaching and learning. Sir have shared the knowledge in an elaborated expressive thoughts with lot of information. Sir focused on theoretical part, that is documentation of NEP 2020 and its implementation. Sir also have insisted for attitudinal change among normal persons or everyone in the society to accept NEP 2020 and its implementation. Sir spoke about teaching and learning that takes place at different stages of learning according to NEP 2020, especially on online teaching and blended teaching and learning as present scenario. We can ensure that the knowledge shared by sir will have an importance in the profession of the participants for their forthcoming future. Thank you very much, sir, for a wonderful deliberation. I thank Dr. C.H. Baby Prasuna, Program Convener, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you one and all. And now I request Dr. G. Sunita Bai ma'am to take over the introducing the next session resource person. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Sirisha. Good morning, everyone present over here. It is my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Megha M. Uplane, Professor and Head, Department of Education and Extension from Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. Professor Megha M. Uplane's educational qualifications are she did MSc Physics, MA Diploma in Computer Science, PhD in Physics, and another doctorate in Education. She has a total of 30 years of professional stand in the field of education at undergraduation and post-graduation levels. Further, she has a total of 25 years of research experience in the field and completed 10 projects funded by different funding agencies. Regarding research guidance, 8 scholars were awarded with PhD degrees and 20 are awarded with MPhil degrees under her able guidance. She has authored 6 edited books, published more than 50 articles in different national and international journals. She has attended more than 50 national and international conferences, seminars, and workshops. She is a recipient of First Best Teacher Award by Maharashtra State Secondary School Teacher Education Award. She has visited countries like Australia and USA in different capacities. Her areas of research are science and mathematics education, measurement and evaluation, environmental education, educational psychology, and inclusive education. She is also serving as a member in several councils and committees at national and university levels of our country. We are very fortunate to have you, ma'am. I request now Professor Megha Uplane, ma'am, to take over the session for the deliberations on the topic NEP 2020 Assessment and Evaluation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction, madam. Good morning to everyone. Respected authorities of Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwa Vidyalayam, Tirupati, organizers of this very important webinar, resource person of previous session, Professor D. Srinivas, and of course, all dear participants of this webinar. I thank authorities for inviting me and giving me this opportunity of interaction, as well as I welcome in this session all dear participants. Friends, why I said this is very important webinar, because it has been organized on very important topic. Now, why the topic is important? We all teachers know. I think somebody's microphone is on. Please take care of that. We all know as teachers that assessment plays a crucial role in improving learning and raising standards. But somehow we are using assessments at the semester ends or year ends. And this policy has emphasized the very purpose of assessment, that is a role of assessment in imparting learning and raising standards. So I called it as very important webinar. Assessment is a key professional competence, we can say, for teachers that enables them to make learning and teaching both more effective. Now I would like to share my screen. Please allow me to share my screen. Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. You are visible.
Okay.
Your screen is visible.
Is it visible? Visible to all?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Should I continue now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the topic given for this session by organizers is assessment and evaluation in education, which we all are doing from our day one of our professional life as teachers. So we will start with few important definitions which I feel important of assessment and evaluation, and then we will go forward. First definition which I feel very important is assessment in education is the process of gathering, interpreting, recording, and using information of pupils' responses to an education task. So see friends, we are gathering data, we are interpreting, we are recording, and we are using this information to come to some conclusion regarding our students. And it's a process, ongoing process throughout our teaching learning. Now, if we see another definition of assessment, assessment is an integrated process of gaining information about students' learning and making value judgments about their progress. Another definition of assessment, which I feel is very important. From these two definitions, it is clear that assessment involves it's a monitoring process. It is used in decision making. It is used in screening. It is used in diagnosis purpose during teaching learning process before we plan our remedial teaching. It's used in instructional planning. It gives us support or background for feedback mechanism, and also assessment involves motivation to both teachers as well as students. The next point is regarding measurement. For assessment, we need to have measurement tools and techniques to answer the question, how much, for the comparison regarding the students' performance. Now we will switch towards evaluation. As given by Emerson, evaluation is the process of making judgments about the assessment information. So for evaluation, for coming to the conclusion, we need to have proper assessment information. If we look at the slide, the purpose of evaluation is finding concrete and immediately useful feedback should be given, and judgment should be given so as to it will be used for better learning. So evaluation is generally used in a broader concept. Utilization of data collected through assessment leads to evaluation that facilitate judgment about quality and effectiveness. So friends, these two aspects are very important when we are talking about evaluation process. Also, as Arvind says, evaluation focuses on making judgments about students. Means what? Means knowledge, attitude, and skills acquired by the student in the context of questions about scientific educational program goals. So all this we are doing is to achieve educational program goals, as we generally see when we are mapping our curriculum. Uh, Now, program goals in terms of what? Student performance, retention, and graduation. So graduate attributes are also to be considered when we are judging our students or we are evaluating our students. And also we have to consider curriculum in two aspects, that is content and structure. So, all if we consider all this regarding evaluation, uh, we can reimagine importance of our role as teacher. Now, if we consider both together, assessment and evaluation, so as you can see in the diagram in the slide, assessment is ongoing process. It improves learning quality level, as well as individualized standards are considered, but grades are not given. It is ungraded, provides feedback for improvement of learning. And of course, if we consider all these characteristics, we can easily conclude that assessment is process oriented. And if we look at the evaluation, it provides closure, it judges learning of the student, and is applied against standards which are predefined, maybe criterion referenced, maybe norm referenced, or any other testing phenomena. And evaluation is graded. We declare grades: A grade, O grade, F grade, or some other grade, and the process is finished. Now we have come to the end, which can be called as product, which shows shortfalls. So if we consider both together, both require criteria, both uses measures, and both are evidence driven. So this slide makes it clear that both the processes are very important in the whole process of teaching learning, that is education. Madam, hello, hello, hello.
Madam.
Am
Madam,
I,
yes, ma'am.
am I audible and everything is clear to all?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Everything is clear, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Okay, should I proceed now? Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you. Now we go to, yes, now we go to next. If we look at this slide, in summary, we can say the clear understanding regarding the processes, very important processes in the process of education, in the field of education: assessment and evaluation. Assessment, in the summary, assessment is to increase quality and evaluation is to judge quality. So both the things are interlinked and interdependent and very, very important, as we all know. Now, if we look at this slide, tests are used, measurements are used, and both are subsets of assessment process. And tests, measurements, assessments are used in teaching. And when the whole thing is completed, we come to the conclusion, that is evaluation. As already told, measurement can include norm reference test, criterion reference test. Tests include number of standardized and teacher-made academic achievement tests. And if we look at the evaluation process, if the data is or description is quantitative, students description is quantitative and value judgment is given. On the other hand, the description may be qualitative and non-measurement. Then also we put value judgment that completes the process of evaluation. So in short, we can say the description of student measurement is in terms of quantitative descriptions, as well as it may be qualitative descriptions. Now, if we recall, most of the times we are using quantitative descriptions, and this policy gives emphasis on qualitative description of student, because this takes into account oneness, uniqueness of every student, and I think that is very important also. So we can say evaluation depends on assessment, so we have to consider all aspects of assessment in the light of NEP 2020 also in detail. So we have to consider two phases of our teaching learning process, that is assessing during lesson as well as assessing after a lesson. Of course, for both these, during as well as after a lesson, we have to plan before a lesson. So we have to take into account these aspects when we are planning our lessons. So interactive as well as post teaching is also important when we are talking about proper assessment. Now, if we look at the slide, assessing during lesson may involve asking questions, attend to verbal as well as non-verbal cues. They may include misunderstanding behind a question, misunderstanding behind a statement, facial expressions, body language, and assessment during a lesson provides immediate feedback to problems observed in guided or independent practice. Friends, we all are missing this thing. If we are not able to synchronize mode in our day-to-day teaching because of outbreak of corona. Now, if we look at assessing after a lesson, closer questions can be used, of course, considering thinking level as well as extending thinking level. Same has to be considered when we are giving some home assignments. Exit cards can be used, then review and follow up in subsequent lessons is also important for betterment of learning. It means that assessment is an integral component of the teaching process and systematic procedure for collecting information that can be used to make inferences about characteristics of people. That means our students. Assessment can and should provide information that both enhances instruction and promote learning. It means that we are talking about assessment for learning. Assessment encompasses a range of activities, including performances, project ratings, and observations. Assessment is an effective way to gather critical information. Friends, this critical is very important about students and course performance. As I already said that every student has unique characteristics and unique capabilities. So we have to uh, mm, enhance his capacities and capabilities. So assessment plays very important role. Now, what makes good assessment? Good assessment aligns with learning objectives. If we consider a cognitive domain, we should consider we should be able to assess higher order skills like application, analysis, evaluation, and creation. It should be a part of learning process. Again, I would like to say that uh, assessment has to be used for learning, not only of learning, summative process. Focus on the process, employ a variety of tools. So this is also very important. That is, multiple sources are to be used, multiple tools are to be used to assess our student, because we have students with various different learning styles they are having in our classrooms. So it will be injustice if we use only one type of tool to assess our student. So this is also very important aspect of assessment. Crystal clear instructions are required. Clear grading criteria. Clear grading criteria are to be explained to all our students before they start that particular unit or that particular learning of that particular concept. Authentic tasks. So if we are using tasks given to students for assessment purpose, then they should be selected with all the above criterias of good assessment, and they should be authentic. They should be able to assess the student and assess higher order thinking skills that we have already seen. Now, as uh, already said that there are three main purposes of assessment, and the aspects are assessment of learning, that is summative assessment. We are using this by the end of unit, or by the end of semester, or by the end of academic year. So in terms of examination, so assessment of learning occurs when teachers use evidence of student learning to make judgments on student achievement against goals and standards. These goals and standards already predetermined. Another aspect of learning is I'm sorry, assessment purpose is assessment for learning. Assessment for learning occurs when teachers use inferences about student progress to inform their teaching. So assessment for learning is a formative process, formative assessment. It's ongoing and it can be used for better learning and better achievements. And the third uh, type, which is again emphasized along with second type, that is assessment for learning. Assessment as learning is also important as per this new policy. Assessment as learning occurs when students reflect on and monitor their progress to inform their future learning goals. So this aspect is very important because if we look at the statement carefully, it is clear that here student is assessor of his or her own learning, and he is defining or developing his or her future learning goals. It means that andragogy learning principles are considered here because the controls of teaching learning, especially in the field of higher education, we can say it may not be possible for school learners, but for higher education, of course, this is very important aspect of assessment to be used. During the session, by the end, we will speak about rubrics, how rubrics can be developed, and rubrics can be used for self-assessment as well as peer assessment, because multi-rater assessment is advocated in new policy, that is NEP 2020. So these three are to be used by teachers and students wherever necessary and appropriate also. So these are three main purposes of assessment. Now, if we look at this slide, while planning of learning activities and assessment activities, we teachers should keep in mind that assessment must be regular, formative, and competency based. Assessment must be regular, frequent, formative, not summative, and competency based. Now we will consider this term competency afterwards in detail. Uh, Assessment must promote learning and development of students. Assessment must focus, see, it should promote learning, it should not assess learning. So promotion of learning and development of student is at the focus of whole process of education. Assessment must focus on assessment for learning is very important. Assessment must test higher order skills like analysis, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity. If conceptual clarity is not focused and not assessed, then it may turn into misconceptions, and a student carry those misconceptions, and they may have unliking regarding that particular subject because of this conceptual unclarity. Assessment must help schooling system in revising teaching learning process. So it should be iterative process. Whatever found in the assessment process must be and is useful must be incorporated in the curriculum development process, and then teaching learning process, then assessment. So this should be iterative process for the more strong bound between curriculum and learning outcomes. So this is very important as we are teachers, that is key persons in the whole process of education. These are values and attitudes about assessment. Teachers' values and belief in students is important because we are talking about self-assessment and peer assessment. So we have to trust our student. We have to learn to trust our student, sharing learning goals with students. So it should be very clear, very transparent to all our students that at the by the end of uh, topic, by the end of unit, by the end of semester, you should be able to do these many things. So learning goals are to be shared with our students, involving students in self-assessment. Of course, uh, we have to uh, train them for self-assessment. So we have to inculcate related values and techniques regarding this self-assessment, providing feedback that helps students recognize their next steps and guides to take them. So if we develop proper rubrics, they will be able to recognize what next, their next steps and guides to take them. So they will plan their own learning in what they are supposed to or they are required to learn in as future learning. Being confident that every student can improve, very important. uh, all have different learning styles, different abilities, different skills. But as a teacher, we should be confident that every student can improve, go next step of his achievement. Providing students with example of what we expect from them. So this is also very important. If they don't know what we expect from them, they will not progress as we plan or we imagine. So this has to be made clear to all our students. Now, mm, as we have already seen, the role of assessment is very important in the whole process of education. We all know that 10th and 12th standard board examinations are milestones in every student's life. We all also have gone through it. Students have been prepared for these examinations by rote learning. Um, Even we plan for application level questions, they are prepared how to solve this kind of examples without thinking, by just by memorizing the steps involved and what are the key question in the whole description, how to find and how to solve without understanding. But um, the aim is to remember facts in this kind of teaching learning process and the procedures rather than understanding them. They follow rote learning. NEP 2020 addressed the students carry misconceptions, as we have already discussed, and learning gaps can be minimized by using proper rigorous assessments. NEP recognizes the need to evaluate higher order skills such as analysis, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity. So, need to change board examinations. So, the first point is board examinations to test core concepts and application of knowledge, not only memorization of facts and information. Then, scorecards, it should include CCE with holistic assessment, that is 360-degree holistic progress card of learner. For that 360-degree feedback is also important. Then focus on foundational learning, change importance of summative marks. Now we are emphasizing much more on summative examination marks. Also, they have introduced that standardized assessment will be considered, will be organized in third standard, fifth standard, and eighth standard. Instead of directly to 10th standard, they have given these three stages to divert pressure on 10th and 12th standard students, as well as NEP and assessment related concepts include common standard of learning in public and private schools is very important. Tracking students' progress for achieving learning outcomes. Learning outcomes. This outcome-based learning is important. We will consider this also in the second half of the session. As already said, 360-degree holistic progress card of learner. Then establishment of National Assessment Center, PARAK, boards of assessment, various boards, as sir has already explained in his session. Use of technology in assessment is for the what can I say, for the record keeping, technology may be used effectively. Teachers to be prepared for assessment reforms by 2020, 2023. This may be a big challenge before authorities as well as before we teachers. So from this we can come to the conclusion that NEP 2020 talks about shift from summative to regular and formative assessments, which is more competency based, facilitates learning, growth, and development, and tests higher order skills such as analysis, as I already said, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity. Uh, Policy also introduces that if we do this and board exams, that is 10th and 12th, are continued, but they will be reformed, as already said, that will test for core concepts and application of knowledge. That will help to eliminate the need and growing importance of coaching classes where rote learning is promoted. So if we consider a focus of today's session, it is important to know about few concepts, that is competency based assessment, then 360-degree feedback, holistic progress card, Parak, holistic education, holistic development, and outcome-based education and performance assessment. So we will consider one by one. First, we will have a look at competency-based assessment. The competencies which are considered for growth and development of our students. If we plan for assessment of competency-based assessment, we should be very clear that improved clarity and transparency is required. Then more seamless personalization is required. Of course, it helps shifting towards a culture of assessment that is off assessment, off learning to assessment, as learning and assessment for learning. Students better understand their own learning profile. If we are using assessment as learning, students will be self-assessors of their own learning, and they will decide what to learn and how to learn. This will also be promoted if we go by competency-based assessment. Now, if we think about competency-based assessment, we have to take care of 4 steps. The first step is articulate competencies. Means what? Essential skills students need to succeed in the world beyond school. And these skills should be transferable, observable, then transdisciplinary, as Sir also have emphasized in his session regarding this concept, transdisciplinary education, and it should be accessible to students. How students can be participated in this first step? Discussion on their goals and visions, what they would like to profess, what they would like to learn, activities for conversion of their answers into competencies. And this may be, as I already said, this may, since the process we expect as iterative process, this may be considered while curriculum framing. Then second step involved is evidence of competencies. Now, spell out learning outcomes. Learning outcomes as I can, or even we can spell these learning outcomes as we can see in our NCERT documents. Learning outcomes are given as the learner identifies, the learner explores, the learner analyzes, the learner explains. So these are the 2 ways to spell out learning outcomes. And how students can be participated in this phase, this step, discussion on how will I know you have mastered particular skill. So students' answers will be used to spell or to frame learning outcomes. Learning outcomes as hello. Please put your microphone off. outcomes as evidences of competencies. Now the third step is developing rubrics. By the end, if time permits, I will share one rubric with you and we will have a discussion also. And this rubric should be student friendly because they will be assessors of their own learning, and teacher also can use it for calibration of learning. So these rubrics may be used by students, their peers and teachers, and in some situations, in some cases, parents also can use these rubrics. So these are self-explanatory stepwise descriptions. Anybody can read and anybody can judge and anybody can give scores regarding that particular competency. How how rubrics can be developed? Clearly articulated competencies and learning outcomes. So previous two steps are very important while developing rubrics. What students are learning and why are they learning? So the focus is very important. How students will be participated in this step? Discussion for prioritization of learning outcomes. So what is very important thing, how this particular evidence can be splitted into 3 or 4 steps and how their importance will be prioritized can be discussed with our students and rubric can be developed. And the fourth step of competency-based assessment is learning experiences, because all the above 3 steps are success of the 3 steps is dependent on what a teacher is giving students as a learning experience. Excellent content tied to a larger purpose, best suit to students' individual needs and interests. Of course, learning styles. We have to cater at least major 3. Assessment for measurement of learning. That calibration should be clear. Facilitate reflection, open and regular. Very important on learning. How student can be how student can participate in this step? You can give different roles to your students as project leader, learning manager, for various phases, that is for planning, for presentation, and these presentations can be used for assessment also. So for even learning experience planning is a responsibility of teacher. The students can be involved as co-designers of this page also, as well we considered in previous 3 also. So in all steps students can be involved. So this is all about competency based assessment. I think we should move forward. Then when we talk about outcomes, so competencies are to be measured in terms of learning outcomes. So we have to start with clear picture of what is important for students to be able to do. Then organizing the curriculum, delivery and assessment to make sure learning happens. So if we talk about outcomes, learning outcomes, any outcome are actions or performances. That's why the performance assessment is important, that embody and reflect learner competence in using content, information, ideas and tools successfully. So, principles of outcome-based education: clarity of focus, design down, expanded opportunities of learning, and high expectations. Friends, we all know that uh, for learning, content knowledge is obtained, skills are acquired, and work habits are developed. And practice the application of above all three to real world situation. So if we do this, this is called as performance based learning. And for that, we need to have performance based tasks in our teaching learning process. Now, if we consider traditional testing, traditional examination, we try to get answer of do you know it? And if we assess performance of our learners, we try to get answer of how well can you use what you know, that is application and all other higher level uh, cognitive domain stages. Now we have to balance both traditional testing as well as performance assessment. We all know that we test in traditional testing that recall, identify, list, match, and we expect here in performance assessment that classify, compare, then analyze, evaluate. So shifting is not expected, complete shifting is not expected, but there should be a balance between these two, that is traditional testing as well as performance assessment. So I think these principles of outcome based education have made these things clear. So if we consider 360-degree feedback, now what we have done in our performance based assessment, what we have planned is we have defined our purpose, that means what is to be assessed. Then in our step 2, we have chosen our activities, formal activities as well as informal activities. Formal activities for they know what you are examining, and informal activities they do not know. So their competencies can be assessed. Then focus was made clear. That means product is at focus, or product is a final thing, or process is important. So as teacher, we have to frame our process objectives as well as product objectives. And then we have to consider mm, mm, the criteria, that means for rubric formation. Then for actual prioritization of those steps in the rubric preparation or creation or development, and then assessing the performance of students as teacher, or they may assess on their own, and then scoring will be done and feedback will be given for their further betterment in learning. Since we are talking about this kind of assessment, they can revisit learning activities and they can improve their performance. This is a beauty of performance-based assessment, we can say, as teachers. Now, in 360-degree feedback, as explained now, teacher, student, and his or her peer can assess or supposed to assess performance of the student. So multi-rater feedback is important. Insights for professional and educational progress um, are supposed to be given to assist an individual in knowing strengths and weaknesses. That is very important objective of this 360-degree feedback. This is emphasized in uh, NEP 2020. NEP 2020 also gives emphasis on holistic progress card. So the main aspect of this holistic progress card is 360-degree measurement, multidimensional report. It includes self-assessment, peer assessment, teacher assessment. So what can I say? Triangulation of information is it will be done in the 360-degree feedback, which for this holistic progress card include. Then it will reflect progress and uniqueness of learner in all domains. Every student is unique. Everyone has different capacities, different skills, and that should reflect, and that should help to make decisions regarding his or her future professions or skill enhancement or other development issues. The progress in terms of activities, that is project based learning, inquiry based learning, role plays, portfolios, rubrics. So all this qualitative information which are which are not, I'm sorry, hello, hello, please your microphone off. Somebody has kept microphone on, please. So the progress in terms of all activities. Now, if we consider today's progress cards, today's mark sheets, they include only many times only numbers and not qualitative information is given. If the information during all these learning, that is project based, inquiry based, role plays, portfolios, rubrics, the whole information is given there in a whole progress card, it will be easy to take decision for future learning. Parents involvement is also highlighted, and obviously it will help if we consider school education. It is very important aspect of the teaching learning process. Use of technology for tracking. So keeping all this information in physical form may be difficult, but if we use technology for this tracking, it may be comparatively easy, and the mm, the safety of the record may be considered easy. So artificial intelligence based softwares to be developed. Even sir also has explained that how artificial intelligence based softwares in the not in holistic progress card preparation and preservation, but in the teaching learning process also is introduced in this NEP 2020. Now the next main concept which has been given by NEP 2020 is National Center for Performance Assessment, Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development, PARAK. So PARAK will be established with the objectives, setting standards, norms and guidelines for assessment and evaluation. Very important, and I think this is of prime important thing. Guiding the state achievement surveys, conducting the national achievement surveys, monitoring achievement of learning outcomes in the country. Very important. Monitoring is very important in every situation, every case. We all know that. Shift towards competency based assessment, promoting critical and creative thinking aligned to 21st century classrooms. So these are the objectives of this PARAK. Now, what they have told in this particular thing is holistic education. Holistic education means core academics. So concept clarification will be done, and we all know that everything is based on clear concepts. So that is important. Emotional development for interpersonal as well as intrapersonal well-being. Critical thinking skills, very important. Conflict resolution skills, character formation, healthy social skills, manners. Manners in very many ways we can see. Now, if we are if we are now living in this pandemic situation, now we expect internet manners, netiquettes from our students, but now they have learned so many things. But in remember the previous or the situation in April or May or June, they were unaware regarding how to minimize, how to maximize, how to raise hand, how to ask question, how to keep mic on, off. So these are the things which we expect in our physical world as well as this virtual world. Both are very important. Hands-on lessons. So all this is included in the concept of holistic education explained in NEP 2020. Holistic development is at the focus when we talk about growth and development of our students. It includes intellectual development, mental development, social development, physical development, and emotional development. So all this is a basis of this holistic education. So we have to focus on these areas of our of development of our students. So the development of abilities listed above is vitally important for the success in professional fields of work, which they have to live in their future. Now, as I said, rubric development is a tedious job and is a very important thing if we are talking about self-assessment, because this 360-degree assessment needs multi-rater or multi-observer assessment. So the rubric is a good way to use for this kind of performance assessment, and it is useful in self-assessment, peer assessment, as well as assessment by teachers. So what rubric is? Rubric is a set of performance indicators. Many things are not possible to show on, keep on table and show to students. So these things are measured in terms of their indicators, which define and describe the important component of the work being completed, activity being completed inside or outside the classroom. Information to or information about individual student competence in an analytic way. Proper feedback is also to be given and to be indicated through these rubric indicators. So communicate expectations and diagnosis for purpose of improvement and feedback is also inbuilt in this rubric. Overall examination of the performance of a group of students. So if everybody does this on their own, the group will be already assessed by themselves or their peers, or teacher also can have this assessment activity. This is one rubric, the sample program outcome. So this rubric is used to assess how a student can work effectively in teams, whether he or she works effectively or not. So if we consider this rubric, then you can see here that the first row tells us regarding levels of the work. What are levels of the work? That means unsatisfactory, developing, satisfactory, or exemplary. And the first column indicates criteria. Criteria of what? Criteria of if person works effectively in teams, what is to be considered? The first criteria is research and gather information, fulfill team's roles and duties, share work equally, and listen to other teammates. Now, since this is a ready-made rubric, it is easy to understand. But developing rubric and finalizing or prioritizing these criteria and levels is a time-consuming or a tedious job. And if you look at the white part of the slide, that is description of criteria. So if we look at one criteria, we will consider only one. How much time in hand, madam? Hello?
Ma'am, it's almost to end, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
5 minutes for question answers, ma'am.
Okay.
It will take for 5 more minutes, ma'am.
Okay, I will conclude in 5 minutes and then we can have question and answer session.
Question answers. Yes.
Okay. So if we look at the first criteria, that is research and gather information. If student gathers information, but it is not related to the topic or very weakly related to the topic, it will be unsatisfactory and person will score 1. If student collects very limited information, but some information is related to topic, 2 marks will be given. If student collects some basic information and the collected information is related to the topic, 3 marks will be given. And uh, if student collects great deal of information all refer to the topic, 4 marks will be given. This way his or her scores will be given, and by the end of the procedure total score will be finalized. So this is a way how we can uh, assess our students using uh, rubrics. Now, friends, we have seen the things which are introduced and expected in NEP 2020. Execution will need uh, change in mindsets of teachers, teacher educators, and other higher authorities in the field of education. In my opinion, most important thing is we need to plan for training of school teachers as well as teachers in higher education. This training must emphasize on mode of assessment, training of setting examination papers at 2 levels, that is standard and advanced, which is also expected in NEP 2020. There should be continuous assessment keeping the principle of multiple intelligences in mind. But there is no clarity about who will train the teachers for all these expected changes. Along with this, many other challenges are also there regarding class size, because we are talking about feedback, proper feedback to be given to every student. Teacher student ratio will also matter. We have to take into consideration. Then concept of self and peer assessment, so we have to trust, and value inculcation is also important. Training for rubric development, then 360-degree feedback, because this is a concept which we have taken from professional world to our education field. So necessary training to our teachers is also required. Also training for framing of higher order questions. Then only we will think about open book examinations and other kind of examinations. If we are planning for core content, curriculum mapping and curriculum reframing is also required. But in previous sessions, sir has told that the thing is going on in NCRTs and SCRTs. Training for framing of learning outcomes, how to frame learning outcomes, how to plan for learning experiences to achieve these learning outcomes. So these are the required things, and we all as teachers have to learn to make effective assessment as integral part of our day-to-day teaching learning process. Then only we will say that if assessment is embedded in institutional culture, which will be a key of the success which is expected from this NEP 2020. But we are teachers, we are key persons in the field of education, and we are always ready to learn new things. So we will learn and we will implement. I wish all the best to all of you for this new learning and implementation, and for a new generation of our learners. All the best. I thank once again to organizers and university authorities for the opportunity given. And I thank Dr. Prasanna Madam for time to time information and phone calls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your excellent inputs related to assignment, assessment and evaluation criteria in the light of expected outcomes of NEP 2020, along with the PPTs, which made your talk attractive and informative. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I request Mrs. Shanti to put forth queries from chat box.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, there is a question from Vasudha Priya. Ma'am, is there any prescribed training for in-service teachers to aware and develop new skills of teaching and achieve new objectives of NEP 2020?
As already said, there is no clear idea given in the policy document that who will train teachers in service training and who will train teachers, because we have less time in hand as per the planning of implementation of the policy. But as we all know that we all are talking on the basis of the previous policy document, which was 384 pages document, and then the short report of 52 pages. And committee has received number of suggestions, and what happened with those suggestions and what is final thing, I think it is not out till date. So maybe there will be provision for the in-service teachers training.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't see any questions more from the participants yet.
Okay, thank you,
Madam, we can ask a question, one question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is Dr. Sunita from Usmania University, madam. Ma'am, you're talking about assessment and evaluation, madam. Is there'll be any difference in assessment evaluation for when we talk about inclusive education, madam?
Pardon? Please repeat.
If we take assessment and evaluation, we are talking, the new policy is talking about inclusive education, inclusive classrooms. Do there will be any variation in assessment and evaluation when we take inclusive classroom?
Yes, of course. It will change as per the need, because in inclusive classrooms, there may be, already we have different types of learners in our classroom. And if we have any disabled student or blind student or any kind of hearing impaired, depending upon the nature and level of disability, we have to reframe our assessment activities, of course.
Apart from special need children, madam, we have children with different language background, socioeconomic status, marginalized.
Yes,
So I think
yes, I know, I can understand. If we have multilingual class, or different type of backgrounds are there, language problems are also there. So if we are required to take care of all this, again the question comes to teacher student ratio. But we have to start from where we are.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your patience in answering. Now I request Dr. Madhavi to thank our resource person on behalf of our department. Over to you, Madhavi.
Yes, madam. Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, one and all. On behalf of Department of Education, Sri Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Tirupati, I am glad to propose vote of thanks to Professor Megha Uplane, Department of Education and Extension, Savitribai Phule University, Pune. Madam, thank you for this informative and elaborated presentation on National Education Policy 2020 Assessment and Evaluation. Thank you, madam, for giving a detailed explanation on purpose of assessment and evaluation and how to use assessment and evaluation during the lesson plan and in classroom teaching, and also how to evaluate learning experience in classroom teaching. Madam, the entire presentation was very informative, thought-provoking, and useful to all the participants. Thank you, madam, for giving your valuable time, and we are very grateful for our presence, for your presence as a resource person for our webinar. Madam, thank you, madam, once again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. C.H. Baby Prasunna for giving me this opportunity, and also thanks to all the participants and staff for making this webinar a great success. Thank you, one and all. Now I request Dr. C.H. Baby Prasunna to take over for the closing report. Thank you, madam.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, please.
Dr. Pradeep Kumar Ponda, Senior Lecturer in Education, LN Degree College, Kodua. Hello. Feedback link.
Do you have any doubt or any clarification? Do you need any clarification?
Ma'am, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Ponda told the feedback link. What is about the feedback link?
Feedback link? You are asking for feedback link?
Okay, ma'am.
Wait for a few minutes. We will post it in the chat box.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, now we are at the end of the webinar. I take this privilege to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamuna Madam, Vice Chancellor of Sri Padmavati Mahila University, and beloved Rector, Professor Sandhya Rani Ma'am, the young and dynamic Registrar, Professor Mamata Madam, Dean School of Social Sciences, Humanities and Management, Professor T. Bharati Ma'am, for their constant support and encouragement in conducting series of webinars in Department of Education. It gives me a great pleasure to thank Professor D.M. Mamata Ma'am for her kind acceptance and gracing this occasion, addressing the gathering by throwing light on National Education Policy 2020, Teaching and Learning Perspectives. Thank you, ma'am. I thank the most eminent speakers and resource persons of today's webinar, Professor D. Srinivas Kumar sir and Professor Megha Uplane ma'am, for their insightful, comprehensive, and presentation by focusing highlights of National Education Policy 2020, teaching and learning perspectives, and as well as assessment and evaluation. Like these persons are highlighted and focused on and enlightened and enriched us with the various aspects like curriculum development at different stages, these aspects, and teaching learning methodologies and pedagogies in general education as well as in special education. And also the need of the online digital education. And coming to the assessment, as madam said, rightly said, the assessment is the key skill in teaching, learning, and curriculum transaction. So assessment of as for learning and importance of rubrics advocated in National Education Policy 2020. And also madam has expressed the assessment must be competency based and must promote learning whole for the holistic development of the students. And also madam said 360 degrees feedback, peer assessment, the importance of peer assessment and self-assessment. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation and comprehensive presentation, ma'am. Much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I thank all. I hope all the participants have benefited out of these 2 sessions deliberations, and thank you all for your wonderful presentation, participation, and made this program a grand success. My sincere and heartfelt thanks to our Head Department of Education, Professor T.G. Amdavalli Madam, for her motivation and encouragement. And I also thank all the co-conveners and all the organizing team members for their wonderful support in conducting this webinar. Last but not least, I thank all the technical team for their support. Thank you one and all. Now I invite Dr. Maruti and I also request all the participants to join for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you one and all. So now I'm closing the session. The feedback link will be posted in the chat box. All of you please give your correct email IDs to receive the e-certificates. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Allow me to leave now.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Tell me, sir.
Ma'am, feedback link not found in chat box.
What, sir?
Feedback link not found in chat box.
Sir, wait.
Okay,
For
ma'am.
1 more minute, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
లీవ్ అని వచ్చింది అప్పుడే లీవ్ అన్నట్టేనా లీవ్
Hello. Hello.
Sir, please see chat box, sir. Feedback.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your kind cooperation.
నీకు బయట సైకిల్ నొక్కుంటా బయట సైకిల్ నొక్కుంటా. హనీ నీ ఫోన్ అన్నా ఒకసారి ఇట్లా ఒకసారి ఎత్తుకురా.
బీగా వేలేదురా
ఆన్ చేయనా ఆన్ చేయనా
బడి బండి
శశి కావాలేమో చెప్పు, కొట్టేశారండి దెబ్బలు. వాట్సాప్ ఓపెన్ చేయనా. చూడు ఎంతగా తగిలింది అక్కకి.
మరి నీకేమి చేద్దామా, ఏం చేద్దాము? ఎంత పెద్ద జోర్ చేస్తుంది. హెచ్ 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 హెచ్
Thanks, Mama. నా దాంట్లో వాట్సాప్ లేదు. నా దాంట్లో ఎట్ట ఎగిరిపోయింది వాట్సాప్ పోయింది.